Okay. All right, I'm just in the shop. I'm just fiddle-faddling around. Jamie Jam, I'm doing a live because you said to do a live. I still got you playing over here. Kapow. So. Yeah. Jamie Jam. I got She Mix Vlog. I got Daco playing She Mix Vlog. And yeah. The Jamie Jams. So. So is anyone out there? Who's out there? Let's see. Live chat. No one out there. I'm cooking. Oh, okay. I got. So who's all out there, huh? Who is all out there? Jamie. Jamie's the only one in here. Let's see. Oh, she's cooking. Oh, you shared it. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, so what am I doing here? So I'm debating if I drill the block for the crossover and run a hard steel tube. I'm not going to put copper. Copper's just, I don't trust copper. So I got to drill this block and, get metal shavings everywhere because, that's what I do. I just do I drill the engine with it together and make sure I get metal everywhere. S2000, yeah, it's no problem. I've done MR2s, rotaries, you name it. Nitro. Are you what? Are you in the East Coast? Georgia. From Georgia. Yeah, so I gotta remap the oiling system for that block. That one's getting new running boards and safety. They're going to get safety guards for the rear wheels. That one's getting an overhaul. This one is almost together. The engine got so hot that the whole top end just melted. I had to clean the engine, flush it out. That one's got body work. I got to do the body work to that one. Obviously, it's been there for a long time. That's on the back burner. And then this one's getting a whole floor. This trailer's getting all new. I got to cut all that out. All of it's rotted. I'm replacing the whole frame. Everything. See, it's so rotted. It was a northern trailer. So, yeah. Hey, the Don. What's up, man? You getting some use out of that little beer cozy? I'll tell you one thing. That was the most expensive beer cozy I've ever seen. It's like I got up to the counter. You know, they don't have prices on half the stuff. You get up to the counter and I'm like, huh? It's all good, man. I don't care. I don't care. It's just I don't care how much it was. All right. I'm making a point that it's indie stuff is just enjoy it. All right. I was really happy to get it for you. I mean that made me happy. So I'm happy. So, I don't know if anyone's heard, but the cam I ordered, I finally opened it up. And mind you, I ordered a billet cam from Demos Cams. And Demos was recommended by DV. And those of you who know DV and those of you who don't know DV, well, he said his name, and I was like, okay. And it just so happens he's like 2-3 hours away from me, so I went ahead and ordered a cam from him. Not only was it not ground to my specs, it wasn't a billet piece. It was a cast regrind. So he wanted $625, or I'm sorry, not 620. It's $625 with shipping, of course, for a cast reground cam that wasn't to my specifications. And when I say wasn't to my specifications, it was different. It was like so different. It was a totally, I don't know what, I called him up and he's like, well, if you got a problem, you know, just send it back. All right. Myrta, how are you? Myrta, I'm not doing too good. My watch hours are down. I need like 3,500 watch hours in a few months, and I don't see it happening, so. I used it first, and he yelled at me for using it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Who yelled at you? You better be using it. I'd use the hell out of it. Shit, I'll tell you what, it's like having a vehicle and you don't drive it. I mean, you don't want to put miles on a vehicle you bought. It's like having a girlfriend and keeping her tight for the next guy. I'd be using the hell out of it. Haha, my watch hours is 200 right now. Oh, wow, yeah. I'm not too far away from that. I only got a few months to go. So, yeah, it's kind of where I'm at. Baktu, what's the best way to overcome the flu? The flu? Yeah, don't get it. I mean, I don't get sick. You want to overcome the flu? Don't get sick. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? I'm sorry I got the flu, man. That sucks. I mean, the flu really does suck. But how do you overcome the flu, huh? Zinc. It helps. and Adderall. So maybe I just don't feel the effects. Hey, Abril, how you doing? How are you? I've been playing your videos, Abril. I've I've been looking at my analytics, and my analytics are telling me that the people are going to my videos, commenting and just leaving. So, and meanwhile, I've got 6 gadgets running at one time, watching, you know, a lot of people's videos, and they don't watch mine. So I'm kind of frustrated. So I miss Maria. You're welcome, Abril. Thank you. Hey, thank you for watching my videos. So, at any rate, in a few days, I'm going to have surgery on the shoulder right here, and hopefully it goes well. So, it'll go well. I know it'll go well. The surgeon's pretty good, so that reminds me. Yeah, so yeah, Jamie's pretty good. She's fun. She'll play your videos, and yeah, so I was transferring a patient over to the hospital, and picking up the patient was no problem. Of course, as a heavy patient, picking him up was no problem. It's when they pulled the patient towards them, and they basically pulled the patient away from me. And when they did that, I felt my shoulder pop, and my shoulder, you could actually physically see my shoulder just drop. So what happened was my tendon is torn in my rotator cuff, and what happened is my bicep right here, you have a bone, you know, you got your bone. I won't go technical, but there's a groove where your bicep, your tendon goes in that groove on your bone. Well, the bicep actually got dislocated. So my bicep, instead of being like this, my bicep is going like this. So I tore a tendon, and my muscle is shoved over this way. So if you look at me, it's like, I mean, you could tell the difference. Look at this shoulder, and look at this one. So does it hurt? Yeah, but I'm not just going to sit on my butt either. So Matthew Cardes, thank you for your time. Thank you, Marta. So this whole arm is, and this whole arm, it's just like it's weakened, you know. And I'm frustrated right now because I really can't work that hard, and I like to work hard, so it's like kind of sucks now. So I'm just kind of futzing around in the garage, and that's kind of where I'm at. So yeah. Jamie, thank you. Marta, thank you. Abril, thank you. Matthew Cardes, thank you. Matthew Cardi. Thank you. I got to go through my my YouTube stuff. Don did yelled at me. Oh, Mrs. One-Eye Cat. Hey, how are you? So use it. So what if he yells at you? Just use it. You know? Please use it. if you don't use it, if that isn't worn out by the next time I go to Indy and have to get you another one, I'm gonna be sad because I want it to be worn out by that time. Trust me, I buy stuff to use it. I just don't buy stuff just to look at it. I expect the same. So, Mrs. One-Eyed Cat. That was good seeing you at the No Name Nationals. I had fun. I really did. Looks like y'all had fun. Hey, Lars. Yo, yo, yo. What's that? Oh, the price alert. Okay. Yo, 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 Lars. What up? What it be? What it is? What it ain't? I got all kinds of stuff. Come on. I gotta. Oh, sorry. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. I gotta. Lars, I need your help, man. Forget JB. You help me with all this. I'll rebuild your whole Ford. Come on. I need help. Oh, I forgot to. I got to call the Kajot, the Kajot Queen. The Kajot. Don't fall. I don't need this screen to crack one more time. I'm texting, okay? I'm texting someone. 13 million people. Yeah, 13 million people in chat. No, it says 10. It says on mine 10, so. Yes, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Abril. What up, big money? Let me see if I get my charger over here. Yeah, so I haven't been able to work hard. I haven't been exercising because of the shoulder. My muscles have kind of shrunk, and I'm not too happy about that. So it's a pain. It's a pain to deal with it, but it needs to be done. So. Raya. Thank you, Raya. All right, so. All right. So, what am I doing? What am I doing in the shop right now, huh? Let me see. All right, so I gotta mark the block where I'm gonna be drilling into it. So I gotta get that done. I should actually just clean up. I think I should just clean up. I don't need to work on anything else except just working on getting the shop clean. It's like I'll clean it. What was your dinner, Damien? Well, Marta, I had dinner wasn't that great. So it was getting late. I wanted to try that some viral pizza that Domino's is making or whatever. And YouTube was pushing it, and Instagram and this and that. And I decided to try it. It's not that great. And besides, I really don't like pizza, but it was fast and easy, and I was like literally, I was staring at the pizza place. So I don't like pizza, but oh well. It fills the voids, I guess. Gotta put all my tools away. Why I have to. I got all my, see, I got all the sockets are basically missing. These are all around, this is all around the shop. All the ones that are empty, they're all the empty slots. Yeah, they're somewhere, they're somewhere over the rainbow, okay, where dreams come true. So where dreams come true, my tools are just floating around. Like, see, I got stuff here, and that's just one toolbox. It's this. I got. Oh, jeez. Let's see here. I gotta set this up. I'm gonna set this. And we're gonna set this, huh? Yeah, and there's the other toolbox. So, back over yonder. I'm trying to get it to where the screen will shrink, but it really doesn't. So I'm sure that will. So it's probably the widest view you're going to get. I got this propped up. I got it propped up against another tool carrier. So, and I'm putting the tools away behind it. So who else is in here? If it's your phone, turn it sideways. No, it's an iPad. What would turning, if I go sideways, I think the screen goes blank. Yeah, the screen. Oh, see? I caught it. I caught it. It didn't fall. I got that one-eyed cat-like reflexes. I got New Guy's Garage gave me this socket. And I guess they're handing out sockets, 25/64s. I've been using the heck out of it. I've been using the heck out of it because my 10 millimeters are worn out. This is the only one with, it's not worn out. And yes, I do keep it in the 10 millimeter slot, which is very appropriate, I suppose. See, I clean up the shop, but I'm so busy around the shop, it gets dirty again. So I just got to find time to clean it every now and then without working on anything. And that's the hard part, is not working on anything. Because I constantly want to do something, so part of my ADHD, I suppose. I gotta put an oil log on the engine. On the Durango, I gotta get that done. And let's see what else I gotta do. I haven't even started the horse trailer, so that's a whole nother thing. Smoochy, smoochy, smoochy. Okay. Got that. Jamie, Martha, Glenn, Abril. Thought about just getting one big toolbox. That's what I need. Just one big toolbox. house out there. Gotta get my watch hours up. So that's why I turned on the live. I was on Jamie James live, and she's like, "Go do a live." I'm like, all right. So I'm doing a live. Anyone in here? Jamie Jim, Barrows, hey! Looking for a 671 blower. You have one lying around? Oh yeah? What you working on? What are you going to be putting it on? What you got going on? Barrows, you always got something going on, man. You always got some interesting stuff. You always got interesting stuff going on. This is One-Eyed Cat. Trash guy comes tomorrow. I'm working, putting stuff out for them. Taking out the trash. Taking out the trash, TCB. Take care of business. Yep. Tomorrow I have a very important appointment, and then the day after I help my sister move out. And then I get my surgery. Surgeries. I'm sure it'll be just fine. I'm not even worried about it. I got more important things to worry about than some other guy's problem of fixing my shoulder, right? Right? That's how I look at it. It's not my problem to worry about. Where's Ray at? I need Ray. Where's Ray? What do you got here? Jamie Jam, Abril. This is One-Eyed Cat. I got 7 in here. Well, it says 7 for now. You guys want to talk about anything? Huh? You want to talk about anything? You want to know anything? Hmm? I think it's time to retire this rag. Let's see. That there. Diggy, diggy, diggy. So yeah, 4, now 4, down to 4. Now 6. People are jumping in and out of here. Like I said, I mean, it's what you get. People jumping in, jumping out. No one really stays, I guess. I mean, I get it. I do. See, the only thing I don't like about the lives is you really can't play any music, right? You can't really play the music. Tired. Didn't even get that much sleep last night. I went to bed. I thought I was going to go to bed early, right? No, I want to go to bed early. I went to bed at 2 a.m. Well, I guess that's early for me. Crispy Fry. Handsome Damien. I don't think so. I think I'm ugly. But, hey, just finished new EV charger. Class 400 volt battery, 1,370 pounds. 1,370 pounds. Yeah, EV might be the future, but it ain't my future. It ain't for me. You want to see how fast I can start making ethanol? Have that EV stuff get pushed more. I'll be making my own fuel pretty soon. Yeah. And if I start making my own fuel, I won't be building no pussycat 10.5, 11, 12 to 1 engines. They'll be more like 14, 16, 18 to 1 engines, and they'll all have superchargers. It'd be Mad Max times, right? Right? People are going, that's a spark plug wire, okay? See that? That's a spark plug wire where you got a hard piece of copper in there. Not that resistor or that spiral or... There you go. There's 0 ohms resistance. There you go. You don't know anything about that, huh, Jamie? That's all right. You just got to help my watch hours. I'll try and explain it, but... Jamie, you got electric vehicles where you are? How are the electric vehicles doing, huh? Yeah, that's okay. Crispy fry. I need a haircut. I need to. Yeah, I don't have a ride. I don't. I haven't ride them yet. Well, what about your country, huh? What about your country? Your country has to have electric vehicles. How are the electric vehicles? Are they pushing electric vehicles? Because I'll tell you right now that I don't know. I mean, oh, okay. Okay. Well, Zach, what projects I got going on? You name it. What projects? All right. Mechanical engineering, I took some of that. So, Zach, to answer your question, you don't have 4 days to wait for it to charge. Let me guess, you charge by the hour also, huh? Does the dealer charge by the hour as you guys charge them? Charge. It's all about charge, huh? All right, so Zach, here's what I got. All right, here. 360 build. There's the crank for it. I just got to put everything together. I am missing one cylinder head, not a big deal. That, I bought everything, the intake, the, here, get a load of this. Let me put you guys down for a second and get this set up. So, here's a story to go with this. I was fingering my phone one day, and I ran across this ad. Well, this ad said, it was a terrible picture, by the way, okay, for this ad. And I could tell, you can always tell, if you post ads on Facebook, you can always tell when someone's just trying to take pictures and just posting them. They're not actually putting any effort into it. So I found this ad on Facebook, and it said, I forget what it said, 360 engine, and it had a picture. It had a half-ass picture of a block, right? And it turns out the 360 has been bored already, professionally bored. It has a new oil pan. It's got one Edelbrock RPM head. It's got a cam. It's got an intake. Wait till I show you the intake. It's got everything. It came with 2 sets of pistons. It came with 30 over cast replacement piston. Well, they're actually forged. And then another set of forged 30 over TRWs. And like 2 gasket kits. Everything's there. I got new tins. I got the valve covers. They're brand new valve covers. The timing cover. I got new timing chain. Everything, right? So, and the only reason this guy wanted like $1,200 for everything, right? And I said, look, I'm just interested in the intake. I don't care about the engine. You can use it as a bar. I don't care. I just want the intake. So we settled on a price for the intake, $150. Like, all right. Here's my $150 intake. Okay? It's never been used. It's never been bolted on. It's a brand new Mopar. Okay? $150. I go there, and I'm talking to the kid. And turns out his brother bought all this stuff to do an engine build. And he ran into some issues, and the engine's been sitting for years and years and years covered in a shed. And that's where we found the parts in the shed covered up. And it comes with headers, everything. I mean, it was a turnkey. Basically, you put it together, turnkey engine with minus 1 cylinder head. So I was like, look, dude, I don't have what you're asking, but I have $500 in my pocket. I'll give you $500 with the intake for everything. Done. So that's one project. The other project, I got to finish rebuilding that crappy design of an engine, what you call an engine. Got a reel mower. I got to rebuild the engine. Front end body work, paint, primer, paint, the whole 9 yards for the front. Rebuild. Floorboards. Cam, oiling mods. Complete frame. So that's where I'm at, Zach. Yep, $150. He wanted $300 for the intake. Of course, I think the ad was $1,500. It was crossed off, and then it was like $1,300 or $1,200. And I was like, look, dude, I don't want no garbage LA engine, you know. So, yeah, I told him he wanted he really wanted at least $200 for the. I was like, I'm not paying $200 for an intake I might not even use. So I was like, look, dude, I'll spend $150 for that intake. I'm 4 hours away. Okay, I'm willing to travel 4 hours. And the kid had it posted for like 3 months, right? So I just happened to stumble upon it. I've seen it before, but I never clicked on it because of the crappy photos. So yeah, $150 I got there. I told him I had $500 in my pocket. I'll get it off your hands tonight. It was like midnight when I got there. So yeah, he's like, take it all. So I'm like, all right. And he was happy. He was more than ecstatic. I'm pretty sure if I would have said $350 for everything, he would have taken it. But I'm not going to do that. I was like, look, dude, and that's all I had in my pocket was $500. You know how you go, Barrows, you know how you go to, you agree on a price or whatever, and there's always finagling room. You got $100 in this pocket, and you got what you agreed on in this pocket, and then you got another 200 in this pocket, and then you got another 500 in this pocket. Yeah, I went in there stocked like that. So, but honestly, at the time, I only had 500 on me. So. And had I had more money, I would have offered it. If I would have had $800, I would have said, "Hey, I got $800." But he took it, no problem. I mean, I definitely stole it from him, but for that price. But you know, he didn't. My shoulder's killing me, so it's hard for me to concentrate. So, yeah. Yeah, brand new RPM heads, or head, gasket kit, timing chain, 2 sets of pistons, rods, or connecting rods, right? Yeah. And the cam's pretty decent. It has a 108 LSA, which is what you want for a stock valve high performance 360. Yeah, flat scored. Thank you. You don't see many of those deals like that, but every once in a while, and it just so happens it's payday, I'll go on Facebook every once in a while and I'll get something like that. That's how that happened. So. Yeah, I want to start selling some of that stuff. And that's not even counting the projects I have outside. I still got the Durango, right? I still got the tractor, right? The hydraulic hose, the brand new hydraulic hose blew. Turns out the guy who crimped the hose, they only crimped it on 1/4 inch. Well, and it just so happened to be the hose that was right here, aimed right at my face, and it's a 5/8 hose, right? So I kind of felt like a, you know, porn star when that hydraulic hose let go. I got soaked. I was soaked. I had 15 gallons of hydraulic fluid on me like that. I didn't even have time to react, and I'm lucky because, and I'm lucky for a couple of reasons, right? I'm lucky that I wasn't running the tractor hard and for a long time, because if that hydraulic fluid would have been hot, I would have had burns. Like, seriously, I would have been burned head to toe. My everything was just, I was drenched. I was soaked. I was wet with oil. I was completely covered in oil. And it was just that hose was aimed like right here. When it burst right here. So if it was a smaller hose or a smaller opening, and it would have cut my skin and got into my skin, that's it. I would have been dead. But it was a big hose. There was low pressure. It was cold. I'm kind of lucky. So yeah, that's how that went. Yeah. So I can't wait for I ordered another cam from Oregon Cams for that. That'll be here in whenever. Yeah. Barrows, how much? I'll be willing to sell you a blower. Because it just so happens I need the moolah. The moolah. Abreu. And that stuff soaks right into your skin. Yeah, it does. Oh man. Let me tell you something. You know. hydraulic oil. You know how hard it is to get off your skin, of course. You know. Barrel Rose, I know you've been there, done that, man. I don't have to ask you anything. So, yeah, I'm kind of just looking at this, and I got to do the oiling mod. Well, I want to do I never did the oiling mod to this engine, and I probably should have, but I'm doing it now. See what I mean? ADHD. I meant to clean the shop, not work on anything. Look at me. I'm working on something. Well, I'm not really working on it. I'm just kind of staring at it right now. So, I'm also debating whether I put solid rollers in it or not. And valves are, not the valves, but the ports are pretty big. I can get 3 fingers in them ports, which doesn't mean anything. I'd rather the ports be smaller and oval than big and rectangular. But that's for another video. Let's see. I think I should put the, let's see, if I remember correctly. Barrows, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? The main oil feed is on the right bank. And then to feed the other side of the lifter, it has to go to the first main cap and then back up to the left. So what I'm gonna do is I blocked the oil feed to the number 1 cylinder. Okay. Where am I from? I'm from all over. I've been to a lot of places, Zach. So I blocked the oil feed hole to the number 1 main, which will deadhead this side. So I'm going to run right here. I should drill right here and run an oil feed tube over to here. And that will supply oil to the driver's side. And when it feeds oil to the driver's side, then it'll go down to the main cap. So when I do that oiling mod, I'm probably going to have to run another feed to the first cap. Which they don't mention that, they just say drill out the hole for the main, yada yada yada. I don't know. I never had to drill one before. I'm going to try drilling it and see how it goes. So, my intake was leaking over here. That's why the face of the engine is all oil soaked. That was my oil leak, was the intake. The intake manifold was leaking. So yeah. Yeah, the intake, you can see how dirty the head is. So, what a pain. I want the cam in there. I want this engine on an engine stand. I got the headers wrapped. That's done. So kind of happy about that. Got that out of the way. But yeah, I got the build on videos with this engine. I'm just tired today. So, ask Professor P. Yeah, well, I don't think Professor P's all that smart. He sells a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things I don't agree with him, but that's all right. He definitely knows his stuff. It's just I don't agree with some of it. Okay, barrows. About all I do on those is chamber off the drain backs. I'm a bit chicken. Yeah. You know, when you start doing these oiling mods and stuff like that, I don't. All right, so look. This is just my take on it, okay? An oiling mod, okay? I don't do them, okay? I'm doing it to this because, I don't know, I want to try it. I don't have a problem with the bearings. It runs fine. Never had an issue with it. I want to do it. Never did it to a Mopar. I've drilled the small block Chevys. I've been there but I've never did it to Mopar. Never had to. So, with that being said, I just want to try it. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I just want to try it on a Mopar. But usually, what I do is instead of okay, you got the oil pump here, and then it has to travel all through the engine, and by the time it gets to its furthest point, it's usually starving, right? Well, here's what I usually do. I take the system, okay, the entire system, and I make it instead of a deadhead system, I make it a closed loop system. All right, what does that mean? So it's still a deadhead system in a way. However, it's more of a closed loop system because what I'll do is I'll take where the pump is and I'll take the main feed and I'll put it in the furthest point of the engine. There you go, problem solved. You don't have to drill the block and make it weaker. So that's how, if you know a plumbing or like grid systems for hydrants and water supply, you'll know that the grid system is the best system you can have because you can basically get even amounts of pressure and farther distances without losing the volume and losing the pressure. So grid systems are always best. So you take, instead of a deadhead system where the pump is here and it's got all these little bleeds, and then it finally gets to the end here and it's just trickling oil. And if you don't believe me, all those little ports and orifices, it does matter, because if you ever got a soaker hose and you hooked it up to your garden hose, even though the soaker hose is just dripping, all right, and you've got 60 psi of pressure, the hose is 5/8 around, you got volume, the hose is just sweating the water, but at the end of the hose, if you have it open, it's dripping out. It's not even rushing out, it's dripping out, and you got the faucet all the way on. You got an open orifice on one side, open orifice on the other side, and just the hose is sweating. So you can't tell me that having a bunch of little orifices, your oil pumps here, a bunch of little orifices, that the last isn't going to starve. Of course it's going to starve. It's going to starve no matter what. So what I do is I take where the pump is, I run a feed line to the farthest point of the system. Done. Don't have to worry about drilling passages, ruining the block. Don't have to worry about any of that. Just external line. Boom, done. So yeah. So why am I doing the oiling mod? Because I want to. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Auto salvage. Hey, you're very smart. Well, thank you. I was just going to say that. What? The grid system or replica SR20 DEET system. Z Hills, Daniel. So yeah, I'm just doing what I do, man. That's what I'm doing. What am I trying to do? Man, we're always trying to go fast here. Go fast without going fast. How's the saying go? It'll come to me. I just said it yesterday too. That's what sucks. I just said it yesterday. I haven't said it in a while. I said it yesterday and I forgot it. I've used the soaker hose comparison as well. Have you? Oh, okay, cool. So you know. If anyone used the soaker hose, you're like, it's open. Where's the water? I mean, literally, you can look at it, and the water's like not coming out, and you got the faucet all the way on. So. Yeah, that's what I do. I think Buck does it. You're saying something on the live at one time. You wanted an oil mod or was it? I think it was. I don't know. There's someone, all right. Let's just say someone. And I was like, just run it from your oil pump to the farthest point in your system. There you go. You got a closed system. Now you get pressure from both sides. So, but why didn't I just do it to this one? I still might. I still might do the oiling mod. I still might do that. Excuse me. So, I don't know. I mean, shoot, I sized my own harmonic damper. When I got this, the harmonic damper was, let's see, it was, I think, 5 thousandths. The crank was 5 thousandths too, well, actually the harmonic damper was 5 thousandths too small for the crank. There's an aftermarket damper, and that's what they do because you have to size it to fit the crank, right? So it was like a 15th interference, 1500ths interference before you hone it, which is a lot. It's like, was it 4 decimal places or 3? I forget. Anyways, they wanted like a 6 to 8 thou interference. So I ended up so the way I did that, I honed my own damper, and I honed it with a sanding disc. And you're like, how the hell did you get it even? How come you didn't eat the keyway? Well, I have a video for that, and it works phenomenal. And it's a perfect fit. There may be some high and low spots on the inside of the damper, but it's so minute. Like if you ever had a hardened plate, all right, and you wanted to make the surface as smooth as silk, all right, I mean, you want it to be completely flat, right? Because you want it to you want to have a machined surface, you want to have a flat surface. It's hardened steel, and you got to cut it straight, right? So use the die come, of course, and use the straight edge. You make your marks, but the way you cut that is you take little bites out of it. You use a chisel. You take little bites out of it, and you get that surface completely flat. That's how you do it. What's the difference using a sanding roll to a harmonic damper, right? As long as you know where the high spots, if you can find the high spots, you know exactly where to grind. So if you got a bore, you got a dial bore, dial bore indicator, and you can read a 10th thou, right? You get a really good bore gauge, and you can read a 10th thou. You'll know exactly where the high and low spots are, and where the high and low spots are, you mark it. You go in there with your little sanding roll, you sand it. You know, it took 3 days, but it's a perfect fit. I did it. I learned something. I know how to do it faster now. Okay, because by the third day I was getting pretty proficient at it. So I sized my own damper. I cut my own flywheel. I drilled my own flywheel, SFI approved. That's working good. I actually had to bend the header. I had to bend the header a half an inch. So I found out that the header was hitting the head, right, when I took the header off. I wasn't having a leak, but the actual header was vibrating against the head. So I didn't want that to happen, so I clamped it to an old head, and I made a spreader tool, and I went between the head surface and the flange of the header, and I spread it, and then I just heated all the tubes red hot and let it cool down overnight. And it was perfect fit. I put it up to the head, and it was actually a half inch away from the head, because you know, when you unbolt everything, you take that expander out, it's going to relax a little. So it ended up to be about a half inch away from the head after expanding it or stretching it away like 3/4 of an inch, 7/8 of an inch, something like that. I got a video on it. Yeah, so I gotta quit doing that. That hurts. So yeah, and if you look at the crank where it's actually pressed on, I'll show you. You see the marks? Look how even a little sanding roll got. It's a constant contact all around the crank. It's a constant contact. A sanding roll. I'll show you exactly what I used. That's what I did to size the damper. Easy. It works. I think that was the finish one, though. I actually used the one smaller than this. This is, it was like one of these, okay? But it was smaller. The diameter was smaller, right? So that's actually what I used. And then what I did was, when everything was all said and done, I got it sized, and I got it sized perfect. I pressed it on and off, and I made sure it had the right drag, because you want a certain measured drag of a damper pressing onto a crank, right? Then I took the bigger one, which fits the harmonic damper, and I spun it. I honed it once this way, honed it once the opposite way going out, and that was that. So what? Did I miss something? What is this? What is that? What's on my screen? I've never seen that before. Hey, Barrows, you gave me $2. Oh my gosh, man. Thank you. Wow. That's like awesome. Wow. So that's, oh wow. So that's what that means. I got a little a comment, and it's, wow, cool, thank you. Wow, man, that's pretty cool. Wow, I appreciate that. That's pretty, I think that's my first, no, Rhea did a super chat, but I didn't pay attention to that. Wow, that's pretty cool. That tells me if I got a super chat or not. Wow, man, I mean, I don't know what to say. That completely caught me off guard. Thank you. Wow. It kind of makes me feel a little bit special. It's a good feeling. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wow. Dig what you do, man. Oh, wow. I appreciate that too. Yeah, barrows. That, man, you got a lot of cool stuff in your garage. Did you ever do that? I suppose I can go back and look at those. That Y block. Didn't you have a Y block or something like that you're working on? Whatever happened to that? I thought that was an interesting one. It wasn't a Y. Was it a Y block? It wasn't a U block. I think the U block was for the airplanes. But wasn't it a Y block? And it just so happens, like later that week when you posted that video and I saw that video, this was a while back. It was like a good while back, right? And just like a week later, I saw an ad for a Y block forward in the Facebook Marketplace. It was like $200, and I was like, man, that'd be cool just to have in like a talking conversation piece. And I'm thinking to myself, what am I going to do with a Y block? I mean, yeah, it's cool. But what am I going to do with it, right? So I let it go. I don't need more stuff. I got enough garbage. Enough garbage. Yeah. So I don't know. I gotta find. Maybe I should just look for an external port. Huh? I gotta see where the oh wow. I can put it right there. It doesn't make sense. It has to go. It has to go to the main somehow. It has to go to the main. So here's another thing. So people don't talk about this either. So, all right, barrows. Hear me out. So here's one for you. Have you ever done this? And I got to ask you this because a lot of people don't know about this one. Let me get comfortable. I got to get my shoulder comfortable. I'm sorry, guys. All right, so you're building an engine, right? And by the way, this is an intake valve. Okay, this is an intake valve. You like that? Here's the lapping holes. So, all right, you're building an engine. This has to do with the thrust bearing. So the Mopars, right? If you have a high stall converter or you have you're running high pressure and you got a lockup converter, you know that the bigger diameter converter you have, right? Okay. And the more pressure you put into it, because the converter just slides on. So the pressure you put in is pushing out into the engine, right? So the bigger the converter you have, the more pressure it's pushing because it has to fill up that diameter. So as the diameter gets bigger, it exponentially increases the forward thrust on the engine, right? So hey, Dougster, I'm glad to see you in here, man. So we were just talking about oiling mods and this and that. Also, have no fear, the Dougster's here. Dude, that is your line, man. So, where was I? Damn, this ADHD, man. Stop taking my medicine. So, all right. So to counteract that, okay, so you don't wipe out your thrust surface. So what I do is I get a small drill. I get a small drill bit. I get a small drill bit, right? And I got smaller drill bits than this. Here, I get a small drill bit, and I find that oil passage, and I drill right through that main cap or the block, depending on where the oil passage is. I drill right into the thrust surface to the oil passage. 2 places, not 1 place, 2 places. So it's V-oiling. So I got a smallest drill bit I got is 12 thou. So you want to talk about, oh, and by the way, when you're drilling with drill bits like this, this actually will go into you and you won't even feel it. Jeez, oh man, I'm having a hard time putting this back. Holy cow. Jeez. There's a drill bit as big as a piece of paper, as thick as a drill, piece of paper. Piece of paper is almost 10 thou. I think it's like 6 or 7. So yeah, so that's what I do. I'll drill, that block's done. I didn't do that in one of my videos. I didn't make a video on that because that's like one of those things where it's like people don't know that. Just like well, this is another project, 1/2-inch tube. Just like people don't know about this one, right? Right? It unloads the thrusting. Because when you have a pressure and you have a suction, a negative pressure, and you have positive pressure, it wants to do that, right? Or how's it go? You got negative pressure and you got positive pressure, right? So it wants to do that. They're relieving holes. But anyways, so you're probably asking, how do I get this information, right? How do I get this information? I must be looking this up on YouTube. Nope. When I was, let's see, when I was 14 or 15, right? I go to, my dad knew this guy, Charlie, right? And Charlie got a separation, had to sell his house, whatever. So I go in his basement, right? I see these boxes, long boxes, about, yay big, right? And they're stacked. There's like 4 or 5 boxes, right, stacked. And they're about yay tall and like this, right? Just sizable enough for magazines. Now, I'm 13, 14 at the time, and or 14, 15, whatever. And I'm like, let me go see what's in these boxes. I open the boxes, a bunch of magazines, right? And I'm not talking about Penthouse. I'm talking about old Hot Rod, Super Chevys, first issues, all right? I got this, I had the Smoky Eunuch ones, okay? The ones that Uncle Tony's garage was talking about. Uncle Tony sitting, and every month will be like he's sitting like this. Had them all. Read them all. I read them all 3 times. Even the ones that were completely covered in plastic, brand new, supposedly never handled or opened. Let's just say opened, right? I read them. I read the hell out of them. And Smokey, you guys don't know, uh, like what's out there on the internet. That's what I mean when I say you guys just don't know. What's out there on the internet, what Smokey did, what Smokey knew, and how he worked on his vehicles, and which was weird because after I read these magazines, I kind of took that mentality on of just diving into a car and getting it done, right? So I read all these magazines, Smokey Uni. I read them all. I and like a dummy, a dummy. I sold each box for $80 each, and each box had I don't know 100 magazines. I read every single. I read about the 4 overhead cam small block Chevy came out with, right? You guys, I read it. I read it when I was 14, 15 years old. Read it 3 times. Actually, I think I read that one like 4 or 5 times. But yeah. There's the information that's on the internet now is nothing, man. You think it's a lot? Nah, no. Most of that old information's dead and gone. It's dead and gone. Seriously. So when you meet someone that has experience, Barrows, when you meet an old timer like that, and they know their stuff, okay, and they not only know their stuff, they still are intact with what they've been taught from their elderly. So yeah, you want to learn something, you go to the old man in the shop, built not bought. You look at his equipment, you look at his tools, you look at his engine stands, old bell housings for engine stands. I mean, how perfect is that, right? I mean, who wants to hold an engine by 4 bolts? Why not just use the whole bell housing and use the Dodge holders to support the rest of the engine, right? It's that mentality. That's gone. It's gone now. It's dying. You guys say what you want about Dying Breed Garage, but that was a good name for it. That was a good name for his YouTube channel. The Dying Breed. We are all a dying breed, and give or take a couple of generations, this ain't gonna matter. That's what she said. Dollar bill folded in quarters is 16th out. I use Live for magazine tech articles. Smokey forgot more than most men will ever know. You got that right, man. Man. If I can get a hold of Mark Tetlak, I sold Mark Tetlak my magazines, and if I ever see that guy again, I'm gonna be like, look, dude, what do you want for the magazines? Mark Tetlak. He has a brother named Mike Tetlak. They're in Ohio. If anyone knows them, get a hold of them. I want those magazines back. Barrow's using a barrel as a transmission holder. Trash can. Hey! Yeah. See what I mean? I mean, seriously. I just, after trying to make things work for years and years, and you don't have anything that works. That's why hoarders come to be who they are. That's why I'm part hoarder, right? So when you're looking around the garage and you don't have the part, you don't have a way of fixing it, you don't have a way of just going to the store. This is before internet, right? Before you can just tap on a keyboard and have it delivered to your front door. You had to actually find something and make it work. If you needed to make a 1/4-inch bolt out of this, you found a way to make a 1/4-inch bolt out of this without a lathe, right? So, and that's where that mentality that it's hardwired. Now you want to collect everything, so you have everything there, right? Yeah, it's a sickness. You remember that one, Dexter? Yeah. Yeah, so all the, like the YouTube, you know, nothing against new guys, right? Nothing against new guys. But I'll skip their YouTube channel to get to some old guy sitting down at a lathe machine just talking, right? Right? Because they got the stories. They got the stories. Most of the new generation, they search online, they do a Google search, they find Instagram, they blah, blah, blah. And then they just regurgitate garbage. So that's kind of what it's come down to nowadays. So, like, okay, I'll give you an example. Like, I didn't agree with something someone said, and we kind of got into an argument online on his live, and I just kind of whatever, because he just started ignoring, because you know he had his own proclivities about it, and I had my own ideas about. So LSA, right? Everybody wants that high horsepower number, right? But what they're forgetting is when you go for that high horsepower number, you're losing all that average under the torque curve, right? Like the cam, I don't like split duration cams, and if I do split duration cam, it's not going to be more than 4, right? So split duration cams, like the longer exhaust duration, let's just, the iPad I'm using it on, my Pipe Max and everything, all those programs are on this. But anyways, what was I getting at? Oh, my camshaft maker. So it'll actually graph and you can design camshafts. But and I still got my desktop dyno. I still got my desktop dyno. How's that, huh? Where's? Oh, I got some. I'm not gonna be. Am I gonna? What was I doing? All right. What was I doing? So desktop dyno. LSA, right? So yeah, split duration camshaft, and you open up that exhaust duration longer, right? All that does is it destroys power under 4,500 RPM. Now think about this, all right? Now you have a camshaft that doesn't really wake up till around 3,000 and doesn't start acting like a camshaft till after 4,500, right? So that's why you get these people saying, well, you ain't gonna have anything under 3,000. Well, we got the wrong cam. When you, how should I put this? Another thing he said, I just thought of this. Another thing he said that the intake closing point is the most important part of the cam. It's not. It's not. That's like third in line, possibly fourth in line, right? That is not the most. I used to think that though. Okay, I used to think that the intake closing point was the most important part of the cam. I used to think that 15 years ago. All right. So, no, the most important thing you could ever do to an engine is LSA. Now, why? You're probably thinking, why? Why LSA? Why is that so important? Well, I'll tell you why. Because once you get the timing events right for what the engine wants to breathe, then you can start building horsepower. But if you get that wrong, you lose horsepower. You lose it. And it's best to tighten up the lobe separation than it is to spread it out, depending on cylinder head flow characteristics. You got an old dinosaur like this, you better tighten up that lobe separation. So you got to get the air moving. If the air doesn't move, it gets stagnant. Okay, you got to get that air moving, and to time that exhaust flow to pull the intake charge, that's what's going to generate horsepower. That's what's going to move the air. That's what's going to motivate that engine to run and run early. So you ever hear that saying, split duration camshafts feels soft, right? It feels soft. Yeah, you get the horsepower number at $6,000, but it feels soft. But the single pattern cams, they hit hard. When you step on that gas before you get to half throttle, it's already roaching the tires. So there's another point I wanted to make with that, but what was it? Man, I get to talking about this stuff, I just get, hey, it's a FAG bearing. It's a good bearing. So LSA, what was I? There's another point I wanted to make. So like the stroker engine I got, for example, right? Last year, No Name Nationals. It was sluggish off the bottom end. If you ever look at those videos that I had of it, it was always sluggish off the bottom end, and that's because I got talked into. I designed the cam for it, right? But I got talked into widening it, okay? And I should have just went with my instincts. I should have just went with what worked for me, right? Because it worked for me. So that's what happened. So now, the original cam design, I'm having it ground right now. So it's not like a completely different cam design. No, I'm having it ground the way I wanted it ground. So now I got a $500 bump stick I'm just gonna throw away because it was supposed to be a boosted engine. So I decided not to boost it. I got to tighten up the load separation. I wanted it tighter anyways, but I got talked into making it even wider than what I wanted it. So, but anyways, I got a new cam coming for it. It's the old design, so we're gonna really find out what the difference is. Yeah, so without oh yeah, that's it. So without overlap, you got a truck motor, okay? You got a tractor motor. You might as well have a diesel. The only thing that's going to get that air moving is the exhaust flow, okay? Because no engine pulls in air, okay? It's atmospheric pressure. It's atmospheric pressure rushing in, okay? It's just filling an empty void. And the faster the air moves, the more straight it wants to go. So the more curves you have in your port, or what I should say, the high pressure areas and low pressure areas, the more of those you have, the smaller the port gets, okay? Because when the air speeds up, it wants to go in a straight line. And if it can't go in a straight line, it's going to start narrowing. Okay, that's what head porters don't tell you, you know. You can have a flow bench, or you can have a dyno. You don't drive a dyno. You don't drive a flow bench, all right? Any idiot can go to a head porter and be like, I want it to flow more. Okay, well, okay, just drill a big hole in it. It'll flow more. It'll flow all you want. It won't feed the engine, but it'll flow all you want, right? So, I mean, all you got to do is just make it bigger for it to flow more. It's what the air does when it's actually moving fast, when it's subsonic into a port, right? Engines don't become supersonic till detonation. That's the only time it becomes supersonic. Everything else is subsonic. So, yeah. 101 minutes. I don't know. Maybe I'll go longer. Maybe not. So if you don't have enough lobe separation, what happens is it burns the intake. It actually, you want to see what not having the correct LSA will do. Oh, that's where that is. That's for another video. Where's my light? Don't tell me. I just have to do this. Here. Okay. Jamie, thank you. You see the intake valve? See it? See all that carbon? This engine has 3,000 miles on it. All right. When you have the wrong LSA and that air cannot move, that air cannot travel out of the cylinders, and it can't get motivated enough to where when the intake opens and it pulls that other charge in. That's what I wanted to tell you guys. I gotta remember that. But the size of the engine, that plays a big role in it too. Size of the engine and engine vacuum. So if you don't get that charge going, that air becomes stagnant. Now the engine is actually using energy to try and pull that air in. So you're losing power, you're losing massive amounts of power with the wrong LSA. So when someone says you need like a 110, like cam manufacturers, they're like, oh, you need a 110 LSA. They always go to a 110 because it works for all engines. It's not the best, it's not the worst, it's kind of in the middle of the road. Okay? So 110 LSA, well, yes, it'll work. It's not ideal, but it'll work in any situation. So when they say, when you call up a cam company, they're like, oh yeah, you got a street rod, but you want to race it. At 110. I guarantee you, you call up the same cam manufacturer, right? You have two completely different vehicles, two completely different engines. They're going to say 110 LSA. Right? All right. I got caught up in the chat. The chat disappears, so that's what she said. 16 thou. It's not hoarding if your stuff's cool. The sweaty fat guy quote. It's not hoarding. I didn't know he said that, but it makes sense. It was ingenious, Brother Rare. It's not hoarding. It's become practical. I live and breathe ranch mentality. When a quick trip down to quart of oil is a 5-hour, wow. I Googled my 2005 for a free lifestyle, got it fixed for $60 for labor. All I need was an alternator, but altogether it cost me $265. Bucks, no labor. That's what family's for. Jamie Jam, I'm doing laundry. Hey, you're just working, no? You're just doing stuff around the house. All right. All right, got your dirty laundry going on. Barrow's garage down is hoarder shit going to the trash tonight. He is in bed. Budsville, what's up, man? I'm new here. Okay, Budsville. Do you collect tools? Yeah, something like that. Oh, you're a medic? Yeah, something like that. Your volume is low, brother. What are you up to? Oh, volume's low. Testing, 1, 2. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I turn your volume up. I don't know. It's this thing's been dropped like 50,000 times. So the screen's all cracked. It's got spider webbing on the screen. It's a mess. Sounds good. All right. So thought I seen a tool garage. Yeah. Well, I'm the only tool in this garage. So, anyways, LSA. So the point I wanted to make before that I forgot about again. Okay, yeah. LSA. So how could I put this? So the tighter the LSA, all right, so the garbage that's out there is actually, there's minimal truth to the garbage that's out there about LSA. So LSA, the tighter the LSA, the less engine vacuum. Wrong. And I know you guys can prove me wrong, right? So there's a little bit of truth to it. The wrong LSA for an engine will give you less engine vacuum. Okay, so let me say that again. The wrong lobe separation cam for your engine will net you very little engine vacuum. I shouldn't say vacuum, it's actually called negative pressure. But let's just say vacuum. All right. So the size of the engine plays a big role, because when that intake valve is opened and the air is rushing, you also have a shared intake with other cylinders. And those are either on the overlap or the intake's open, the piston's going up and down. Many things are happening. It's just, you're not just focused on one cylinder. See, when people have like one cylinder drawn on the chalkboard and they're talking about LSA, and I just kind of giggle a little bit, because they're not taking into consideration the other cylinders firing, sharing the same intake, right? So the wrong LSA will net you very little engine vacuum. And when I say that, I mean you have too much duration. All right, people naturally over duration their engine because they're trying to get the power higher, and they're doing it the wrong way. Okay. The people building engines nowadays, they think it's normal for an engine to finally hit 3,000, 4,000 RPM for it to start catching on because you got a big cam. No, as soon as you stab the throttle, you got the right lobe separation cam in there. As soon as you step on the throttle, you should be thrown back. That's why power adders are just, it's the cool ticket now. It doesn't care what you have. It's going to be a power adder, like Chase Holdner, right? Holdner. He actually drives a dyno, right? He drives a dyno to work. He has lunch on a dyno. He reads the dyno, what it tells you, right? That's all he does. And he's like, well, we got these camshafts here, and we've got this tight of a lobe separation, got a wide lobe separation, and look, the turbo did the same thing. Well, no kidding, it did the same thing. You're forcing air into the engine. If you double 14.7, you double the amount of power come out of the engine. And torque is horsepower. It's torque is times RPM gives you horsepower. All right, well, duh. He's reading the wrong thing. He's given the wrong info. He's reading the wrong part of the dyno. But anyways, yeah, that's actually the wrong LSA. The turbo will become less efficient, or the blower becomes less efficient. You just don't see it because of the graph. You just don't see it because of the graph. It's revolutions over time. All right, that gives you your graph for a dyno. So, but if you know how to actually compute what a dyno's information is telling you, and you can decipher from years and years of testing and experience, DV, you get to pick up on certain things. So, at any rate, so if you have lack of vacuum, that's because your duration is wrong for your engine. You got to remember, you have a shared intake. You have pistons going up, you have pistons going down, you have negative pressure areas, you have high pressure areas, a lot of stuff's happening. So, yeah, so you can have 18 inches of pressure, right? Negative pressure in your intake with 106 lobe separation cam. You can have it with the right duration. So, with that being said, take for instance, right? And lobe separation, the whole thing online about is, oh, I want the chop, baby. Whatever. You got to have a tight lobe separation for a chop. Well, yes and no. You can have a very tight lobe separation, and that engine will be smooth as silk, and still have the sound of a chop, but it'll be smooth as silk, and you'll have engine vacuum. See, that's when you know you got it right. People over duration their cams all the time because they're afraid of the lobe separation monster, right? LSA is a complex topic. Cubic inches, long crankshaft stroke, right? Yep. You forgot rod length, but rod length really doesn't play a role in it unless you got low compression. And even then, low compression, you're looking at like a half a point. You're looking at half a point in lobe separation for a 3-inch rod difference. So it is complex. A lot of people don't understand it. There's a valve sourcing, center lines, actually intake and exhaust port spacing, and fifth cycle valve overlap. Yeah, well, that whole 5-cycle thing, that's talking candy, okay? That's talking candy, because that should be that whole port velocity, that port stacking, okay? That's what you're talking about, yeah. That whole 5-cycle thing is just so you can get people's attention. It's still 4-stroke. But I get the how do you say, not the advertising, I get the icing on the cake about it, okay? And it's actually not that complex. It's actually pretty easy, but you got to build a lot of engines to find that out. Hey, Blake, what's happening? Bad attitude, C10. Large amounts of overlap can affect the idle quality, vacuum, both. Yeah, well, yeah, if you got the wrong duration. If you can have you can have a 98 lobe separation and still have an engine idle smooth, as long as your duration isn't too wide. Rod length 2, first responder, you're correct. It's not, actually, it's happening at bottom dead center. Well, that's the whole 5th cycle thing. You're the other deep thinker in No Name Nationals. I try. If you were here earlier, you'd know where I got this information from. A lot of information that's been dead and gone a long time. But yeah, that's earlier on in this live event where I got my information from. Not a thing what you are doing. So I'm just kind of hanging out in the garage. We talked about oil modifications, why I do them, why I don't do them, and why I'm actually trying it on this engine. I still don't believe in the internet way of doing it. I believe more in my grid method. Not, but I'm trying it. That's why I'm trying it. That's why I'm trying it on this engine, right? I'm going to try the internet method of oil modifications. You gotta block this off. You gotta run a tube. You gotta drill. Look, it's simple. It's real simple. And if you want to go back and look at when I talked about this earlier on in the live, you have your oil pump, right? It feeds all these orifices, and it finally gets here and it starves this area. Put you an oil line, and then run it to the other side. There, you got a grid system now. So the only deadhead about it is in the middle. All right, look at we talked about water soaking hoses and stuff like that. But yeah, that's how I do my oil modification. I take it where the oil pump is, I take a pressure port, and I run it to the farthest part of the engine. Whether it be the head, whether it be the engine block, wherever. Just so happens I got to find an external port on a Chrysler small block, and it's really hard to do because all their oiling ports are like kind of in the back of the motor, and in the front of the motor you really don't have much to work with. So yeah, we also talked about my 12 thousandths drill bits and modifying the thrust surface for high pressure transmissions and lockup torque converters and whatnot. Rod length, BNR, you're okay. Rod to stroke ratio is best analyzed. Crankshaft degrees, positions. Yeah, okay. Okay. You should really go to about 30 minutes before. Anyways, yeah, that's there's a dying breed out there. So Barrows is one of them. Barrows probably forgot more things than I've learned. So yeah, the old timers. You gotta hang around the old timers. I've hung around a lot of old timers, Even when I was a kid, I used to listen to stories of their racing days or what they did, crazy stuff they did, right? So yeah, LSA is a tricky subject, and a lot of people just want that horsepower number, so they over duration their cam. They split duration their cam. They got 12, 14, 16 degrees split duration. What, you an idiot? What a waste. What a waste. All that power. They're so worried about getting 3 or 4 horsepower at one peak moment that they're willing to sacrifice 5 throughout the whole entire curve till that peak moment. Meanwhile, the guy that has a good LSA cam that's matched to his engine is pulling away from him. And the guy with the big split duration cam, he's still waiting to hit the power band. Yeah, no, that's not for me. So yeah, that's what happened to this engine. It's supposed to be a turbo engine in the LSA. I designed the cam, right? It's supposed to be a turbo engine. It had a wider LSA, but I got talked into it going even wider of an LSA. And that's why I had an EGR effect in my intake. It was slowing down the air. It wasn't getting it motivated enough. It was a wrong LSA for the engine. That's why I only ran like a 10.3. Yeah, so, but yeah, like I tightened it. I tightened up the lobes. The original cam design is a 105 LSA. And if I did everything correctly, I'd still have 13 inches of vacuum in the intake. All right. The only thing I actually did tweak it a little bit. I did add duration because I'm really not concerned about the power brakes. So now if I did my math correctly, with the 105 LSA cam, and the duration I should have 9 to 11 inches of vacuum in the intake, so I'll have enough for power brakes, even with that tight load separation. So people today say, Rod, the stroke doesn't matter. But the modern 300 CFM heads, or more longer or shorter rods, won many races. Well, yeah, because once you get to a certain compression, rod length really doesn't matter. And that was proven by Dart 40 years ago, 50 years ago. You ever see a vacuum prediction formula, first responder? Yeah, my own. My own. No, seriously. Hey, Gemma. Hey, how are you? Thank you. So, all right. Yeah, it's actually really easy. Okay, it's the same formula as David Vizard puts out there. It really is. The LSA, it is. Okay, that's your, yeah, that's your vacuum prediction calculator. Seriously, if you follow that formula, you'll have 12 inches of vacuum. Seriously. I asked David Vizar, he never got an answer because he already knows the answer. He just never tested for it. Good, Gemma. I'm glad you're fine. He never tested for it. You got to remember. See, David Vizard, he's a numbers guy. Okay, he's very. I'm a numbers guy. He's very. He knows how to look at the right thing. Okay. It doesn't mean he looks at everything. He looks at everything. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not taking anything away from David Vizar. He's very smart. I've read his books when I was 19 years old. All right, that was back in his mini days. Very smart. Some of the stuff I read on him in some of the magazines. I told you when I was a kid, I should never got rid of those magazines. I never should got rid of those I had first issues. Anyways, when you're not looking for something, you're not going to find it. And when you're looking for something, it doesn't matter what it doesn't matter if it's completely wrong. When you're looking for completely wrong something, you're going to find it, and you're going to find truth in it. All right. I'm not saying that about Dave Vizar. I'm just saying that in general, right? When you look for something, you're going to find it. When you're not looking for anything, you're not going to find it. So he knows the formula. He knows the information. He never looked for it before. He never looked for a vacuum formula. But he already has the answer. Is 128 formula only good for small block Chevy? Not really. There's a 127, there's a 126 formula, and an actual 124 formula that he hasn't talked about. David used to write for stock car magazines. Yeah, a lot of people did. See, you only know what you read or what people tell you. Or what you experience. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. Yeah, I should just find an external place on the block and find a way to oil that front main. At any rate, I'll be. There may be an external oil line on this next No Name Nationals. So, yeah. What do we got here? There you go. There's also there's okay, the 128 formula. There's also a duration formula. Okay, that's not out on the internet yet, and I'm pretty sure David's going to be putting that one out there, if he hasn't already forgotten about it, because I know he had the old brain surgery thing, and David's written a lot of books. So maybe he should read his old books to jog his memory. But yeah, he's forgotten a lot of stuff. Even when he talks, if you read what he's done, like his earlier works, you can tell when he talks that he's forgotten a lot about it. And I really feel for him, because that's really good information that needs to be out there. Yeah, the 90s, yep. What was the 90s? 90s, yeah, about 80. Let's see, I graduated in 98. I started reading his books I was 13, 14 at the time. Let's see, 47. I don't know, do the math. Yeah, I bought one of his new books, right? I bought one of his new books a few years back, and I compared it to one of his old books. It's not the same. Something changed, but let's see, 9, 8 people, 6 people, 5, 1 person. That thing changes all the time. What else? What else you guys want to talk about, huh? So, geometry, right? Rocker geometry. Who knows how to do rocker geometry? Who knows how to do it the right way? Not just centering the rocker arm and having a crazy angle push rod. Actually, like centering the whole valve train and offsetting the rocker to get a better valve lift, a faster valve lift out of the same rocker ratio. His port energy videos. Port energy videos. I think I seen a couple of those. Those didn't interest me because I was already back when I worked for ODOT. That was let's see. I was working at ODOT, Transportation Boulevard. So that was my early on in that career. Had to have been 2005. 2005. Yeah. 2005, I was reading about port energy and stacking. Okay, that's what it's called, it's stacking. Yeah, back when Mega Squirt was just hitting. Or was that 2002? 2002. Did I build that in? see, my Mega Squirt was built in 2003, I think. Yeah, the Mega Squirt I built for the F-150 was 2003. Yeah, 2003. That was before the Micro Squirt, which came out like 10 years later. Yeah, port energy, cross-sectional area. The best flowing port is an oval, by the way. That's why you see these little Toyota engines, how they're restricted so much, because the dirt racers, the dirt circle track racers, they see this Toyota, this small Toyota has a intake port like this, outrunning Chevy ports like this, right? With half the cubes. Oval port's better. A few different ways to increase oil flow, volume, bearings. Wait, what? My chat keeps disappearing, so like I'll tap the screen, it'll be on for like 2 seconds, I'll keep tapping it. Few different ways to increase oil flow, volume to bearings. You wasn't or locations. You WSNT. Wasn't your locations? Was? I don't want to get more flow per se. You know, it would be more flow because of more. I want to equal out the system. It's not about the flow. I want to equal out the system. Okay. Because if you all right, let's talk about it. Might as well talk about it. You brought it up. You guys are going to see the inside of my engine. Not too happy about it, but okay. It's nothing special. There's a lot of stuff that you can't readily see unless you know what you're looking for. Okay. All right. Okay. Do you see 3 things? Or you just see an oil pump? And I'm not talking about that either. All right. Here's your oil pump, right? Here's your pressure gauge. Straight shot. Oil pump. If you put a pressure gauge there, I guarantee you it's not going to be half the amount of oil pressure that's showing right there. You ever do that? Okay, I don't want to show you too much of that. You might pick out some. I can't show you. I can't give you all the tricks, or not all the tricks, but I can't. Yeah, you gotta be faster than the other guy. So I don't want you to look too closely. I know it just looks like a regular engine, right? Yeah. It's all right. Next year. Anyways, so that goes back to the oil or the water soaker hose, right? So have you built a Pontiac motor? My first Pontiac motor was 16. Yeah, 16. And I just happened to stumble across a very, very rare Ram. It wasn't. It was a Ram 3, but they classified it differently. They only made a few of them, and I just happened to stumble upon it, and it just happened to be the first Pontiac engine I built. Let's see here. Many. All right, so I forget what the maximum bore you can bore those blocks out to. Or where the thinner cylinder was, because they had one cylinder that was thinner than the rest of them. Let's see. Yeah, so the way I stumbled upon this Pontiac motor, right? Firebird, right? Friend bought a Firebird. I told him that, don't pass 5,500. What does he do? He stabs the throttle till it floats the valves. Right then and there, right after I said it, he's like, this is a strong 455, right? $6,000, 6,200 grand, right? 6,200 RPM, right? Yeah, tick, 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 tick. He's like, what's that? I was like, well, dude, you just spun a rod. Long story short, a couple years later, I get tired of looking at the Firebird. He bought an engine, not a 455. He bought a 400. And I was like, yeah, I'll go ahead and swap it for you. If I got to fabricate something, whatever. He moved. He disappeared. He moved. No one could get a hold of him. 2-3 years go by. No one can get a hold of this dude, right? I call his brother. I tried everything. He just disappeared. And last time I heard, he passed away. So I'm like, I don't want this car. I don't want this engine. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm pissed, So I put a Freeson on the car, and that was gone within an hour. And I sold the 455 for $100, and the Pontiac 400 I kept. It was a rebuild, right? I didn't have a dime into it except for my labor. And I ended up running the numbers and this and that, and just it happened to be. I got it marked in the manual. If I got the manual still. Hey, a David Bizard book. How about that? Hey, a Smoky Unit book. How about that? It must be in the conics. I don't know. It must be in the conics. But I had it marked in the manual. I'm going to start calling B&R Racing 1-Up. 1-Up. Your fingers must be smoking right now. Jamie, he's still there. Wow. Yeah, that's all information you get online. 16, 62, 13 other RA3 castings. Yeah, loosely. Yeah, that's all information you can find online. So it was a Chilton's. It was like a sea green book with black print. No, white print, but black graphics. That happens to be my most... I gotta find where that is. It's pissing me off, actually. I did not want to lose that manual. I lost it because I'm looking for it. That's why I lost it. Oh my God, no way. Holy cow, I've been looking for this for a year. Huh. I found it finally. Jets Are Us. Found my Jets. It's actually pissing me off right now because I did not want to lose that manual. At any rate, oh well, okay, all right. What am I going to do? Look for something that's lost on live, right? That's the new live. Looking for stuff in that mess. I probably got like 15 sets of lost headers for Mopar small blocks. I got a brand new tri-Y setup for a small block Mopar with a Y pipe. I like super high oil pressure as much as I can get. Going to have pressure drops or delta differences. Don't get me started on delta and gamma. Some guys like to lose, increase oil volume flow, works till the main rods and cam bearings wear out, and then the oil pump. Yeah, you don't want too much oil, and it's not because of windage either. See hard oil lines and lifter valley. Yeah. You don't want too much oil pressure. Start twisting your cam. Forget about wearing out the distributor gear. You can counteract that. It's the twisting of the cam after 4,200 RPM. Let's see. Yeah, so front distributor drive engines, they have less cam twist. I bet you never thought about that. So B&R. Maybe you can answer this for me. Come on, one up. Let's see how smart you are. You ready? All right, let me be clear. Mrs. One-Eye Cat, did you have any? No, what mac and cheese? Bacon cheese, what? When? Where's mine? What about me? What? Mrs. One-Eye Cat, what are you talking about? I love me some food. Other way to modify main bearings, oil feed holes. Never showed on YouTube. I bet they have been. What I do to right size choose them means around 200% more positive volume delivered to the main crank oil holes to the rods. Yeah, okay. Flood the bottom end. Go for it. I play with too many Fords. I run only stock spec oil pumps because use a number 2 pencil for an oil pump drive shaft. Yeah, well, yeah. I was going to bring up that point, but I figured B&R already knew that. So, B&R, you ready? You got a lot of experience, right? Let's see how fast them fingers work. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to answer this question. Why don't you see a bigger pickup tube on my oil pump? And it's not because of running the oil pan dry. Let's see how smart you are. Oh, and by the way, that's a stock oil pump. That's not a high volume. And if you go back and look at the live, you'll see that it's not a high volume. Mrs. One-Eye Cat, you're talking my language. What's going on with that, huh? A roast? A number 2 pencil for an oil pump drive shaft. Yeah, I feel your pain. Except for there's a way to get around that, to make it stronger. With a Dodge part. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd answer like that. You don't know. So you can say it. You can say it. You don't know. That's all right. Looked like 5/8" pickup tube. Small block Chevy. Cited example. 5/8, huh? Yeah, it's actually 1/2 inch. No. No, this is 1/2 inch, right? The 1/2 inch, high volume, garbage. what I have is, that's 3/8. That's not 1/2 inch, that's 3/8. That's 1/2 inch. That's, I'll take the oil pan off. I got a 3/8 pickup tube. It might be smaller than 3/8. All right, so here we go. Let me turn this around. All right, see? Standard volume. And the part number you can't hear. Okay. You don't believe me? You don't believe me. High volume. I have a standard volume oil pump on my Mopar. Half inch. See how small my pickup is? See how small my pickup is? And if you think that's scary, hey, look how small the hole is. So riddle me this. How can I supply an engine turning 7,000 RPM with that small of a pickup tube? Unless you just figure Mopar guys did it differently. I think Ford did the same thing. Hint, hint. Has nothing to do with running the oil pan dry. If you're running the oil pan dry, you don't know what you're doing. Case in point, why does that engine have a 1-inch pickup tube? Why does this engine have a 1-inch pickup tube? Actually, I think it's 1 1/4. 1 1/4 pickup tube, outside diameter. And I only need 3/8. Yeah, that's see that the Pontiac. All right, Pontiac V8 Ram Air SD sighted 3/4 inch pickup tube used able to flow up T 25 gallons a minute. Yeah, you don't need that. Why? It's a waste. It's a waste of energy. So you think oiling is like, you know, it oiling is important, but it's not important as you think. Just look at the, the stove bolt engine, right? Um, it's hard information to find what chosen engine family actually uses gallons per minute. Oil flow stock tight clearances are set loose as a goose. Yeah, mine are set loose as a goose. So the stock clearance is I think it's 1.5. What am I doing? It's in chapter 9. I know that. I think it's 0015 or 0015. Bearing clearance. 000005. 59. I have double that. That's what I set it to. I took the stock and I doubled. I think I have it written down in here somewhere. What did I set that to? I think I have a picture. I know I got more than double. It's 3.5. I have 3.5 on the mains, and I have 3.2 on the rods. Hold on here. I know that I more than doubled the connecting rod. No, it says Should be right here. Oh, 35 on the mains. That's what I got. It's 5 10,000ths is normal, right? I have 3.5 on the mains, and I have 3.2 on the rods. That's loose. Stock pump. 3/8 pickup. Let's see. Larger main bearing, big cranks, except stronger. Disadvantage edge much. Weight mass need much more gallons per oil flow. It's still not that important. It really it's not. You don't need that much oil flow. You really don't. Rod overlap. Pontiac V8 needs a lot of gallons per minute flow. Potentially turned up 7,000. You don't need that much flow. You don't. You really don't. You know, you're wasting. You do what you want. You're wasting a lot of energy with all that flow. Well, yeah. Just if it's working, it's working. Oil control in the oil pan, windage, not sold on crankshaft scrapers for Pontiac V8. Pontiac V8 oil pumps put out 18 gallons a minute stock. Yeah, there's no need to do that. How is gallons per minute engineering Pontiac? It's engineering day one Pontiac V8. What, to get 18 gallons a minute? They tell you why? Well, tell me why they need 18 gallons a minute. Why do they need 18 gallons a minute? They still don't need 18 gallons a minute just because they got bigger main bearings. Once the surface has oil, why do they need 18 gallons a minute? If the oil's already there, it's not just gushing. If the oil's already, why do they need 18 minutes? Why does a size journal need 18 gallons a minute? Huh? I mean, seriously. We're not talking about, look, all right? We're talking about this size to this size, okay? We're not talking this size to a tugboat crankshaft, a tugboat that takes a valve this size crankshaft, okay? It doesn't take a 3-foot bearing, okay? You want to talk about tugboat engines? We can talk about tugboat engines. It doesn't have a 3-foot main. You're going from this size to this size. It doesn't mean it needs 18 gallons a minute. And the oil feed holes are the same size as any other engine manufacturer. So why do you need 18 gallons a minute to supply a quarter-inch difference main bearing? You need to stop looking up Google. You're starting to sound like Facebook. Yes, yes, yes. 1 inch. Exactly. Cummins uses a 1-inch tube. Well, guess what? That uses an 1.25 inch tube. And it's a V6. You don't need it. You're playing the size game, and the size game doesn't work with me. Physics work with me. If you want to talk physics, let's talk physics. But don't play the size game, because that doesn't work with me. You're playing the size game and trying to talk about physics, and it's not working with me, because I know physics. So unless you got some other answer other than size, I'm not interested. You need more. You need to give me more details. Okay, because the information you're trying to tell me is not correct. You need to give more details if you want to persuade me to. All right. Okay. No way I'm reducing oil pump volume in a Pontiac V8. Okay. You do you. You do you. Let's see. Well, I was going to drill my block, but I don't know. I think I should just I don't know what I'm going to do. It's really hard to find an external source to run an external line on for. The block is just so damn thick. Damn it, Mopar. Let's see here. 6 people in the chat. All right, so I'm gonna call it a day. Let's see. Let's see. BNR. All right, so ask your question. Big block Chevy V8 454 Gen 6 has never perfect oiling system, but I found flaws yet testing. Well, what testing have you done? You say you done testing, but what testing have you done and what have you found? And what kind of test equipment are you using? See, I'm not one of those persons that you can just randomly give information to. I ask questions. Why would you put a larger diameter tube on a pump that can't benefit from it? Wouldn't it take longer to fill the tube and prime the engine as well? Nah, you're thinking. I'm glad someone is. Not only that, you talk about the weight of the oil, all right? The weight of siphoning, cavitation. You wear out a pump faster cavitating than you ever will pressurizing. That's why, you know, people block off their I ran across this, and it was clickbait, right? So, you know, clickbaiters out there, okay? I get you. You got me. You know, clickbaiters, all right? So, you know, thumbnails. So, what was this? Piss cutter, right? It's clickbait. I hate them. So he talks about drilling out the bypass and plugging it on a small block Chevy. What idiot? What? Why would you do that? So you have unfiltered oil going to the engine? Is that your, I don't want unfiltered oil, so you rather risk bursting an oil filter than having unfiltered oil that's in a closed system constantly filtering anyways? See, some of this stuff, people just overthink it. They really do. You're going to take, you would rather, think about it. You have a container, right? If I were to put a hose here and drain it here and keep squirting with a bypass filter and keep squirting, eventually it's going to get through to the filter. But you want to block off the bypass so the oil pump has to work harder to get through a filtered medium to get to your bearings. So you rather overpressurize the filter and twist your camshaft more and wear out your oil pump, your distributor, and lose all that horsepower because you don't want unfiltered oil that's in a closed system that's eventually going to get filtered anyways while you run the engine. That doesn't make sense to me. Piss cutter, you're an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If that's your performance increase, that you're an idiot. That's not performance increase. That's overthinking things and doing the wrong thing. Believe it or not, a lot of old school guys did that. Yeah, they did. They did because that. Let me finish reading what you said, okay? That stuff, and will talk your ear off to justify why they do it. Okay. Let me say something, and it may put things into perspective for a lot of viewers. 9 viewers. Just because you do something to modify something doesn't mean you're modifying it. It just means you're over-engineering it to do what it's not supposed to do. It doesn't mean that you're improving just because. I'm going to take an example here. I don't know. I got 2 hours sleep last night, and I got an hour sleep the night before. So, I can't think of an example. Can't think of an example. Just because I grind the Pentastar off this cover and put a Chevy emblem on there doesn't mean I'm going to lose 15 horsepower. You know what I'm saying? Just because you modify something doesn't mean you're actually gaining anything from it. People just want to do stuff just to do it because they rather fix junk than to fix stuff in their own life. But that's another form of schooling, psychology. But anyways, people just want to fix things that don't need fixing. Just because I wrap a header system doesn't mean it's going to flow more because you're keeping in the heat. Other things have to be in place for that to work. You just can't modify one thing. All right, so smartest teacher that I ever learned anything from, Bob Urvac. He said, when you change one thing, it changes everything in the system. It affects everything. If you think you're only modifying one thing when you do something, you're wrong. And that's what people think about. They only think about modifying one thing, their way of thinking, their modification. When you change one thing, you change everything. Butterfly effect. You ever see the movie Butterfly Effect? It's like a 30-year-old movie now. Yeah, it's called a butterfly effect. You change one thing, it changes everything. Going back to lifters, someone once said, the same guy I don't exactly agree with, but he calls himself a professional, bottoming out the push rod in your lifter. Yeah, you can do that, but you're gonna block, in doing so, you're gonna block off the oil passage, okay? You need to limit the travel in your lifter. If you bottom it out, the engine will not only tick. I've been bottoming out lifters for 30 years, okay? You don't want to bottom out lifters. You got to put a limiter in there. If you bottom out a lifter, you'll damage it. Yes, the longer the push rod, the longer the lever, the less of an angle you need. Okay? The longer, So the deeper you have the push, I agree with that. But you don't want to bottom out a lifter, because the plunger in there will block a oil passage. See, some of the garbage out there is just it's half truth. It's half sense. It's not. And like Blake said, bad attitude. A lot of old guys were doing that, and a lot of old guys found out it don't work. But that information has been regurgitated over and over and over that it's become truth. And there's no why. Blake, have you ever plugged a bypass in an oiling system? Have you? If you have, great, tell me why. If you haven't, great, tell me why. Why would you do that? You have a closed container with a filter that eventually filters. It's not a great filter. You're not going to filter every particulate out of it. Okay, the paraffin chain in the oil, okay, because it's called paraffin, it's not paraffin wax. Paraffin is not wax. Paraffin is a chemical chain. That oil is designed to grab a particulate, and it's that paraffin is actually meant to house that particulate and protect it from damaging surfaces. Why would you, just because it's unfiltered, oh, it's unfiltered oil. Well, yeah, so is your Briggs & Stratton lawnmower that you ran for 25 years without oil changes, and it still runs. What? I don't get it. Oh, who's on here? Believe it or not, a lot of old school guys. Okay, but my cousin's sister, uncle's girlfriends did it. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Just because someone tells you something doesn't mean it's true. Give us a lift, Damien. The Duckster hath returned unscathed. Jesus Christ. Dougster, you're a pretty cool dude. You know that? It was good meeting you at No Name Nationals. It was good. Blake, what happened, man? Let's see. Where weren't you at No Name Nationals? Bad at nope. Yeah, you haven't, right? Why would somebody do that? Just to say they do it. They did it. Okay, why? Why? Oil pump. Damn it, that's in the way. Oil pumps, right? Right? You got your pressure, you got your intake, right? Why do people port this bigger? Why do they port this bigger? Why do they do that? When you port that, when you start messing with the length of the chamber, you're not gaining volume, you're gaining bypass. And what you're doing is you're overheating the motor oil. Why is it overheating the motor oil? It's because you're shearing it, okay? And the more you shear an oil, think about your oil like this. It's a spider, right? It's got spider legs, right? The more you take that molecule, you put it together and you tear it apart. Okay, when you do that over time, those legs they get shorter and they get shorter, and they have less capacity to resist pulling apart. So the shear force of oil deteriorates. All right, so when people port these, why do they elongate this to where it shears the oil? How does it shear the oil, you're asking yourself? Well, how do you know it's shearing the oil? Because when you put that in there, you see those ports? If you make those ports closer, where's my light? Oh my God, this is so annoying. Oh, Lord have mercy. I had it in my hands, my light. I had it. Here it is. You guys have one of these? This is the best light. I use this light all the time. It's the best. When you port those longer, okay? Don't mind that, okay? That's an experiment. When you port that bigger and you turn, when you elongate these, you take them in and they get closer together. What happens is the overlap, okay? Think of it as a cam, right? You got both cams, your both valves are open, right? You get cross flow, right? People overport these to where it has an overlap, and what's happening is the pressure is being relieved in the intake. It's internally bypassing. You're internally bypassing this, but not only are you internally bypassing this, because this is the actual physical thing that creates the pressure, you're now actually shearing the oil. And as you're shearing the oil, you heat it up twice as fast as if you're just to bypass it. You got to have one side of the pump completely closed off before you open the other side. It has to run like a tractor engine. Open, close. Bad attitude C10, I don't know. You're just going to have to back up. I went on a little ADHD rant. Let's see. Oh, wow. How to get transmission oil on my phone? Where's the transmission oil? How did I get that on my phone? Jeez. Dougster. The filter system isn't great, but it's way better than guys deleting the filter system entirely or relocating it. Beat the damn meat, bro. Beat the meat? What? Beat the meat? What does that mean? Mikimoto. Okay, you do you, man. Beat the meat. It was good to meet you too, Damien. I enjoyed our time together. Oh, yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I didn't know you were cooking on the grill, dude. Them sausages look pretty damn good. Or was it bratwurst? I'm not a big bratwurst fan. It's good to meet you, Betty. Okay, back. What did I miss? I just talking about overlapping an oil pump, and what else did we talk about? I don't know. I talked about something. So, what time is it? Holy cow! It's 1 o'clock in the morning. All right, guys. I'm getting a little tired. I'm gonna go inside. Probably have a couple of bowls of cereal. Probably finish. Open up a fresh box of Fruity Pebbles. Finish it. Finish half a gallon of milk, and then go to bed. Because that's what I usually do. And a banana. So, okay. I need the watch hours. Okay, guys? I'm not going to lie to you. I need the watch hours. I have people on my that subscribe to me that just play me as they sleep, all right? And I'll just leave my live playing because it adds to my watch hours. So what I'll do is I'll get my ninjas and I'll watch my live through my ninjas so I gain the watch hours. If you guys want to go to another channel, that's fine. I'm going to keep this live going, and it's going to stare off into the wild blue yonder over the rainbow. And no, you're not going to hear anything. You're just going to have like a still picture. Just imagine it as a picture frame just on your computer. So I'm going to end the live here without actually ending it. What are the comments? Good night, Damien. This was super fun. It is fun. I got to do more of the talking lives. Later, Blake. I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys. Seriously. I mean, gave me something to talk about. We learned some stuff. You guys got me thinking. I like thinking. I like finding out new things, new ideas. I like going crazy in my mind. It keeps me sane. All you hard workers, you know exactly what I'm talking about. My insanity keeps me sane. That's my t-shirt, by the way. I came up with that. My insanity keeps me sane. Okay? I said it. I'm such an idiot. Hey, my elefantes. Sorry, I was actually doing a live for somebody else. I was helping their channel out. See, I'm just a nice guy. let me advertise for CP pistons. There you go. Perfect. Electronic picture frame through the night. There we go. I'm such an idiot. Thank you, everybody. Good night.